So hey, we are back with Dean from Maxxis, one of our partners of the series, and you're here. You have a lot of athletes here that are running your tires. So thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about just how did you become part of the TexPlex racing series, the park here itself? Why is Maxxis involved?
Well, you know, we really we want to support racing. TexPlex has a great short course series, and then the facility itself is awesome. That's something that we want to be a part of and build on, and it's just a perfect fit for Maxxis.
Okay, and so you have a lot of guys here. So we're late in the day right now, so we've seen a lot of people on and off the track, drivers. I can't say guys because there's women out there as well. So tell me, what kind of tires do you see your drivers on out there? This is a different kind of terrain than most of the tracks out there. So what are they on?
Today we're seeing a lot of Ceros, a lot of Bighorn 2s. They're really clearing out. You know, it started off a little muddy this morning. Some of the creek crossings are staying a little muddy. So they're clearing out. They're still getting that good traction, and they're durable enough to last for a 12-hour race.
Yeah, so you talk about the traction. The dirt here, it's not even dirt. Like, I can't even call it dirt.
It's glue.
That's a great word for it. I haven't heard that one. It's like glue. So you can't even picture it if you've never seen it. People were telling me about it. If it rains, they're like, it's gonna rain. And I was like, no, I don't like rain. So they're like, it's gonna rain, be prepared. It is, when you walk, it just sticks to the bottom of your feet. I can't even imagine how it comes off of the tires.
Yeah.
When you walk, it makes your feet heavy that you can't even pick them up at a certain point. You have to stop and like scrape the bottom of your feet because it's pounds that gets on the bottom of your feet. So as the tires go, how is it that, I don't understand how they just like come clean of that. Is it just because of the traction?
Well, those tread patterns, they're designed to specifically do that. Yeah. You know, we're based out of Georgia, and Georgia red clay has nothing on this right now. So
really?
Oh yeah.
It gets worse. I can't imagine that. Not where I'm from.
This is definitely pretty sticky stuff. So yeah, those tread patterns, they're able to just you know, throw it out and keep going and keep the racers on the track. You know, right now we're sitting pretty good. So.
Okay, so who do you have here who are running your tires?
Well, of course, the Miller brothers, who also compete, you know, in the short course series, and they use the SC1s there, which for that application is perfect too. Kyle Chaney and Kyle Hart are here. Matt Hancock. We have a lot of people here today.
Okay,
so.
And the names that you are mentioning, they're front runners.
Yes,
right
absolutely.
Now.
We're happy.
So you must be pretty excited repping Maxxis, and then you have a field full of front runners that are in the game and sticking right up at the front. So that has a lot to do with the athletes that represent you, that you select, and those tires out there. I mean, they're getting rid of it and keeping on going, right?
Yeah.
So anything else? What about for people who are running outside of Texas here? As you mentioned, or we are mentioning, not all the dirt is like this.
Yeah.
And so you have people in short course, in desert, and you also make other tires outside of UTVs.
Yeah.
So what else is there for other people?
Maxxis has got a full line. Maxxis has got anything from, you know, automotive tires, bicycle tires, and then just about any power sports application that you can think of. You know, we put a lot of time and effort into developing these tires with the athletes. We're really proud and we're very confident in the product.
Great. I think that pretty much wraps it up. And like I said, looking at the live time scoring, kind of that shows a lot too.
Yes,
as well.
absolutely.
So,
and we're so proud of these guys today. It's really a testament to how hard they work too.
Absolutely. This is definitely a long race. And you said you've never been to a side-by-side race before, right?
Not an endurance race. This is the first one for me.
Yeah, so you're getting a little bit different view on things. What do you think of it?
This has been such a great time, and it's so cool to see you know, so many people coming all the way to Texas from all over the country. It's a great experience. experience.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time. Hang around. Let's chat a little while.
Yeah.
For now, we're going to get back to showing you guys some footage. We have some GoPro footage that we are actually going to log into or tune into so you can see what's going on a little bit from a different vantage point. So stay tuned for that. That is coming up.
Well, there we are, fellas.
We're back.
And we're back like we never left. So much stuff has happened.
I was going to say, but we have left
Yeah.
because there's been a lot going on around here.
There's an hour left, hour and 10 minutes left in this race.
Yep.
Why don't you, Casey, you were coming at me, obviously, well, I'll start it off and you let me know you heard something. So, been told Kyle Chaney was caught cutting the course along with some other people. I don't know who their names are, but they've been disqualified. You've learned some more additional information about that. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you've learned?
Well, last time we talked, Hunter Miller had a couple breaks. A lot of people have had some mishaps, had to pull off, have a lot of fixes on their vehicles. Have gotten back into the race though, just pit stops back in. We called it wrong this morning. I mean, I'll say the drivers, the drivers have maintained those vehicles phenomenally. The pit crews have been on top of it all day long. They have been wrenching hard. Every time they come through these pits, they're changing stuff though. I mean, this isn't a race that they have come into and not changed stuff. Those front runners, they're pushing hard. They have been from the beginning, but when they come through, they're whipping the parts on and off those vehicles. They're not coming through unmaintenanced. So that's one thing that we've seen.
Every pit stop has a purpose, not just gas. There's other stuff that's going into that to make sure that vehicle is going to be operational.
Absolutely. You were talking about DQing. So we've had a couple people try and cut the course, and they're out of there.
Caught cheating. We said it in the riders meeting. You're out. You get caught cheating, no questions asked.
Yep. So that is one thing. We definitely do know. We don't have all the names. We do know that a couple people were caught cutting. Like you mentioned, Kyle Chaney was one of them. The number 911 car, driven by Jared Sheets and Chad Deutsch. Jared was actually in that car at the time. He is holding 5th place. He actually, I noticed, didn't come off the course.
Yeah, and
he's still racing.
And I don't think they're black flagging them. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm guessing they had to assume they told their team that they've been DQ'd. So I don't know if they're going to try to protest it. You just finish the race and protest. Obviously, if you don't finish, you can't really protest something to protest. So I think that's what's going to happen.
Yep. So I called in and talked to a couple different people and found out that
Colin, I love go digging deep into your source material. I love it. Going TMZ on me.
Like you said, like I know a little bit of everybody here.
Yeah.
So made a couple phone calls and found out that is what they're doing. So
that's smart.
There aren't rules on protesting.
Nope.
So what we've seen, all what was said is that if you're caught cutting, you have to get off the course.
Right.
You're DQ'd. So he's going to protest that DQ from what I am told. And like I said, this is just what I'm told. I did not hear this from the driver.
Oh, the driver, okay.
I did hear this from someone,
close to a source.
So I was told that he plans to protest that. Apparently the cuts less than a second off of the course. And it was literally alongside the course. And so I don't know if he's going to have any room to stand on some type of a protest. I mean, honestly, a cut is a cut.
Right.
That's what I think. But I don't know what the cut was.
And honestly, too, I've spoken to many of the drivers as they've come off the course. They're saying everybody's cutting at different places out there. So I don't know.
And you know that they are. To be honest,
racers
racing
cut,
is racing.
Racers cut, but it's just. I mean, it's kind of sad to say. It's like how big is your cut? I mean, if you're cutting a couple seconds, are you cutting like almost whole minutes? That's a different type of. You're gaining like 30 seconds versus gaining 5 seconds.
Correct.
So that's a whole different type of cut. I don't know what it is. I'm not out there viewing it, but. If you get, it's kind of like one of those things, you keep doing it, everybody's doing it, but if you get caught doing it and they didn't get caught doing it, you're the one that's going to get disqualified. You're taking that risk.
Yep. And what if you're the one who's not cutting?
Right.
Like you said, there's always cuts. And, the guys are talking last night and, one guy came up to me and he's like, well, this is what I do. This is how I raced. And, there's 1,000 different cuts out there that we can take. And if I was doing this is what I would do. And well, of course, you can always look at it that way.
Right.
There's always going to be somebody who's going to look at it that way. But then, you like to think that there's like the honest guy out there too.
And most of them are.
Honest racer who is staying on course, but there's always those little cuts, and racing is racing, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those things, like we said, if you're kind of not cheating,
you're not trying.
You know, and it just kind of depends how hard you're trying, you know?
Exactly.
Like, how hard are you trying? But we got an hour to go. Give me a prediction. We got an hour left. Cody's been pretty much going wire to wire.
Yep. He's been running hard right from the beginning. His lap times have actually gone down a little bit. His lap time was like about 21 minutes. His lap time is now up to about 23 minutes, 59 seconds. But that's to be expected, I think, throughout the day. So Cody Miller still in first place. He has held that first place spot right from the beginning.
Yeah, from the start. He started in the second position.
Yep.
And that lasted about a whole 4 sequence out of the
gate. Yep.
And he was in first the whole rest of the time.
Colin Truett made his way up to second quite a while ago, actually, and he's been up there. He's been up there the whole time. Hunter Miller back up to third, so he's.
I'm gonna say my surprise is Hunter Miller out of this group. 2 breaks.
Yes.
2 breaks. I imagine if he didn't break down, I think he'd be leading this race.
Absolutely. He's definitely worked hard to get back up there. I will say, looking at the gap times though, Colin Truett is quite a ways behind Cody Miller.
Yeah.
Colin Truett is 19 minutes behind Cody. So Cody has quite the lead.
Right. I think it's one of those, it's Cody's race to lose at this point.
Exactly.
As long as he keeps on to it, but this is coming to a factor. Courtney, it's dark now.
Absolutely.
So now they're going to be finished this last hour or so in complete darkness.
Correct. So I think that at this point, though, right, you know the course.
Yes.
I mean, you have the flow of it. So like you said, it's his race to lose. It's his. I'm not sure who's in the car right now. I would assume maybe it's Cody back in the car at this point.
I would say,
but I'm not quite sure about that.
If he's not in the car yet, he's getting in the car the next lap. He's the closer, man. He's like, you know, it's the ninth inning. You know, runners on bases loaded, runners on 2 outs.
Yep.
They need to bring the big dog to bring the trophy home, close it out, hometown. Still, he's got to be feeling a little bit nervous, but I think he's a professional. He's been there before. I think he's gonna close it out.
Absolutely. So going down, Dwight Pollard, he went up to 4th, and he's been hanging out there. You see, actually. The top 10 have stayed pretty consistent for the most part. Obviously, that Jared Sheets, him being in there or dropping out, is going to either bump Jack Letourneau and that Speedworks team from the Midwest. They're going to either be bumped into the top 10 or out of it, depending on what happens with Jared Sheets. Sean Hess, he had some breaks. He was in here earlier talking with us,
correct.
And he said that they were actually just using this race to test out some parts that he was manufacturing.
Oh, wow.
And so he was really happy with of course, he said he wanted a podium,
right.
But he was really happy with ending in the top 10. He had fallen out of it for a little while. Goal was to be back in the top 10. So he's back up to number 8, potentially 7th right now.
Correct. Matt, my team, I picked my doctor. Matt, did I tell you about how they?
Yes.
Did I tell you the wrench on the axle?
Wait, no.
So, long story short, they kind of crashed in like the first 2 laps. Not crashed, but got tangled up with some cars. Broke the control arm on the front right axle. It was cracked. It was bent. Drove like 8 more laps, and then it finally broke off. So. They pulled the car over here, welded a 22 millimeter and a 21 millimeter wrench to bind it together. So they're literally to make a brace for it, and they welded it together, and they're back there driving on a wrench.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. So
I hope they got some pictures of that.
I took a Snapchat of it. I'll send it to you.
You need to save that.
Yeah, I'll save it for you. It's literally they're driving. I was like, when I went over there and I heard that they were welding it, I thought they were welding metal, and I saw a guy that looked at them. Those are 2 wrenches. He's like, yeah, that's all they had.
I want that. I'm gonna story that. I definitely want to see that.
So I'm super. I mean, obviously, that was my dark horse to pick. They had some trouble, which is it happens in these long races. But I'm just happy to see finish with the top 10 after on a wrench. I mean, that's the story.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I like that.
So,
you can't disregard, like I said, even those people who are below that top 10 right now, you still can't disregard them, to be perfectly honest. Just because you never know what's going to happen at this point. Still, guys are still going out. Racers are still going out. What time is it?
It's 6 o'clock. This at 5. That's why I was like, I got a little
1
confused.
hour.
Yeah, that's
1
right.
hour left.
Yeah,
So
1 hour left.
let's make sure we're refreshed. See what's going on here. 20 grand. 20 grand on the line. That's a big number.
That's a big payday.
Yes.
That's a great payday. I think it's also, I think it's good for the sport, just getting, just side by sides.
Absolutely.
It's a fun sport. I love watching it. The TexPlex in general, the TexPlex venue, I know they're trying to make themselves the premier side by side venue, of the United States, if not, just the location and side by side venue in the world. I mean, this is truly a multi-state event. I mean, we pretty much have probably about a good 20 states represented here, I would say.
I mean, absolutely. I didn't count. We should count up.
Yeah.
But when we go to break, we'll count up. They're all over. Arizona, Alabama, New Jersey, Texas, Indiana, Utah, Missouri,
Minnesota,
Ohio, Illinois,
South Carolina.
All over the place. Georgia,
yes,
Texas, obviously.
I mean, definitely we've gotten everybody from north, south, east, and west.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and they round up the top 10 too.
Yeah, yes, you're right. That's
Exactly.
so funny. So there was no, we were wondering about that. Is it, people from Texas going to dominate? Are the people, from this type of series where the racing's a little bit different? Are they going to dominate? Because everybody has a little bit different type of car, different type of setup, kind of just doing what they feel they wanted to, thought was going to work best for them. And it looks like, everybody's just...
It's anybody's game.
Anybody's game, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Cody and Hunter Miller, they can go anywhere.
Right.
And...
They're well-rounded.
They're
very well-rounded.
I was looking for the right wording for that. It's potentially their game anywhere they go.
Yes,
really,
of course.
in side by side.
Yeah, they came out to the Work Series with more Desert Star Racing, and immediately day one they were one of the top teams out there. And then after about 4 races in, they were dominating. They were continually podium positions. After they got a little used to that style of racing. So that just shows you how fast they adapted. After 3 races, they were pretty much a lock for a podium.
Yep.
Every round.
Word on the street is, and I didn't ask them this. I've talked to Cody a couple times. I talked to Hunter. I forgot to ask them actually, but word is, rumor that they are actually going to be running Champ in the Midwest this year.
Oh wow.
As well. So I do not know that that's the truth. That was pure rumor. So don't take that as anything serious. It's just what I heard.
But you heard it here first, though.
Yeah. If it's the truth, you got it here.
You got it here first. So straight from Courtney's live. She's like the tongue. She's the TMZ of UTVs. She, except for her, it's not 30 mile zone. It's a 3,000 mile zone, man. She knows everybody everywhere.
So another one, I don't know if he got DQ'd, if he broke, what happened, but Dustin Robbins, he is in the number 311 car from Decatur, Alabama. He is running a Can-Am. He was running mid-pack, and then all of a sudden, he jumped way up there. We talked about this earlier, really high up there.
Yes.
5th-ish or so, I don't remember exactly where. So that was we refreshed, and it was that's
always a red
where'd he
flag
come from?
Too.
Exactly.
I mean, we're not accusing anybody.
And now all of a sudden he's
probably
22.
Yeah, you like to, they like to throw one of those laps in there just to kind of make up. You don't want to make it too obvious. You can't go from running 22-minute. You can't be faster than Cody, who's running 20-minute laps. All of a sudden you're running 18-minute laps.
Yeah.
For the line. Where are you coming from now?
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure what happened to him.
Maybe he got lost. We'll give him that. I'll give him the benefit. Maybe he got lost in the course and had to take a little small detour.
Right. Lost, broke. I'm not sure what happened there. But it looks like he's dropped way down there. I think everyone else looks like they're pretty consistently running.
It's about 22 minutes.
From
the average,
what we've seen
22,
for
23,
the day.
Yeah.
Corey Willis, he's been about mid-pack. That car has been mid-pack most of the day. Shane Miller hanging right in there. I think he's dropped some spots from earlier, right?
Yeah, yes. I have a question for you. I haven't seen, maybe I've been watching it, you've been watching it. I haven't seen too much change in the top 10. And it seems like the top 10 staying in the top 10, the top 10 to 15 staying in the top 15. I haven't seen anybody go from 17 to 10, so except for Colin Truett, but that was like pretty fast. But he's the only one that started in the back.
Yep.
Came up, but ever since they settled in within like that last like 2 hours, pretty much they've, unless barring something happening to like Hunter breaking down, which he dropped to like 7th. But it seems like everybody's just running the same consistent pace.
I think that once you get settled into that spot, I think that, I mean, honestly, it's coming down to maintaining your car and your wheelmen at that point. Like, are you, I mean, it's kind of hard to say, but your wheelmen are settled into their positions. I feel like at that point, like you're running with your pack, kind of.
So here's the question. Is Colin Truett or Hunter Miller, are they going to get aggressive? We've got an hour left, so they're taking 20 minutes. So you got pretty much 3 laps left to really push to kind of, I mean, 20 seconds, you got to be pushing out there. So are they going to go make or break, risk a chance of maybe giving up that second position if they push the car too hard? Or are they going to go for are they going to recline, hey, Cody's 20 seconds up, I got second on lock, I just got to maintain myself. What do you think?
Well, I think that Colin's too far off Cody. Colin Truett's too far off Cody Miller. I mean, Cody has that first place locked in as long as Cody maintains his vehicle and Cody drives.
Okay, so the second question, Hunter's closer to Cody.
So
I mean, Hunter's closer to Colin. Yeah, Hunter's closer to Colin.
So Hunter is only 5 minutes off of Colin.
Right.
So I feel that Hunter is gonna absolutely hunt down Colin Truett.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. I want to hear some action. We want action here. We don't want people coasting it. I 100% agree with you.
Hunter, 100%.
They would love to take one,
Hunter
too.
would not be Hunter Miller if he wasn't going after that second place. 100%.
You're not lying.
No, go, Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Definitely out of the top, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I'm hoping they really want to win. Move up that position. Hey, 2nd place versus 3rd place, that's more money too. That makes.
Well, Dwight Pollard, so he's 10 minutes off of Hunter, so he can go after him. But Hunter's going to be going after Colin so hard that Hunter's going to catch Colin.
Oh, you think so?
Well, Colin has held his place really, really long. Colin's moved up though. So, but I feel like Hunter's going to outdrive Colin and he's going to put everything he has into it to catch him.
I don't think Colin's driving the car. I think Corbin Leverton is. He's
going to finish it.
He's going to finish it. So they're bringing in the hitters.
I
said Cody's in the car. Corbin's in the car. Hunter's in the car right now.
But Hunter's still going to chase him.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I think it's going to be close. I'm excited to see
It's going to be close.
I'm excited to keep watching
it's going to come down to those last 15 minutes of the race, and then Hunter's going to give it everything he has. Oh, what happened? Colin Truett's car just went yellow. What's going on there?
So he just passed the transponder loop.
Yep.
So we're gonna check in. We're gonna see how far Hunter is behind him. So we're gonna get an update. So yeah, it looks like Cody is actually extending his lead a little bit. It's now 18 minutes in front of Colin. So we're gonna wait for Hunter.
No, he was 19 minutes.
Oh, he was.
So Colin actually just shaved off. He was about just over 19 minutes. So Colin actually just made up a little bit of time on that lap.
But that's still, even shaves off a minute with 8. He's gonna maybe.
Right.
He's only gonna make up if he.
So I'm interested to see where Hunter comes in on this next lap when he passes that.
So we're gonna hang tight. So it should be within.
We're not going to break yet.
We're not going to break yet.
We're waiting on this now.
Yeah. Should be about 4 minutes now.
Wait, even if we sit here in silence, we're gonna wait for Hunter to pass that transponder. Oh well, we have a couple minutes yet, I guess. So we are gonna go back to the track cameras
for sure,
and then we're gonna check back in after Hunter comes in on that and see where we are with that and what it's gonna look like in this last hour.
So don't go anywhere, guys. It's exciting.
We're not going anywhere. We're just gonna send you back to the track and then we will be back. So checking back in, the white flag is out. We threw it out about 7:04. Everybody's left me because they're all out at the finish, which we have the camera on. It's been on the finish line. We are getting ready to actually finish. I think we're about, 10, 11 minutes off from the finish right now. Wanted to update everybody. We have, one thing we want to talk about. Last time we talked about a couple people being DQ'd. I think there is still one of the protests going to be going on like we talked about before. Also, we talked about Kyle Chaney being DQ'd for cutting. So a little bit further development on that. He was DQ'd for cutting, but what we did find out was he had a part break on his car, and so it wasn't an intentional cut to cheat. The cut was to actually make it back to his pit to fix the part, and he just happened to have a track official there at that time who caught him doing that. So it was not a cut to actually cut the course intentionally at an attempt at cheating. It was a cut to make it back to the pit because he was broken and was not going to make it back to around the course. So wanted to clarify that, so it wasn't like a full course. He was running and it was an intentional cheat to make a pass or anything like that. So we are still on. Cody Miller still ahead, but Colin Truett, his team has shaved off about 2 minutes off of Cody's lead. So Truett, number 117, still in second on that Pro 12 hour. He is 17 minutes behind Cody, so Cody's still going strong. Still his race as long as he keeps it together. Hunter Miller coming in third, and he is closing in on Truett quite well. We looked last time, he was almost 6 minutes behind Truett last time. He is 3 minutes behind Truett now. So that number 2 has to be feeling the pressure because his team is telling him that Hunter Miller is coming for him. He's hunting him down. He's really coming after him strong. Hunter Miller doesn't really have a lot of pressure on him from behind. Alan Butler in the number 4 spot. He's a full 30 minutes behind him. So that 1, 2, and 3, I should say 2 and 3, those are the contenders there. What's going to happen between the number 2 and 3 spot in the pros. Going down to the Sportsman 12 hour, we were talking about this. Obviously, I'm from the Midwest, and we have the other announcers going from California. And so we have the Jorgensen-Letourneau team from the Midwest. They are leading in first place right now. And then the Brock-Hanmer team is coming in second. And there's a 5-minute difference on them. So the Mike Letourneau and Jorgensen team, they are out first, and then the Brock-Hanmer team, they are 5 minutes behind them. And then they have a pretty good distance between third place. Ryan Nichols is 17 minutes behind Hanmer. So 1 and 2 are pretty clear out there behind that third place, as long as that 1 and 2 keep it together. As everybody knows, if that 1 and 2 get close to each other and then they start racing each other, who knows, it could be third place's win as well. So just wanted to touch base with everybody. I know it's kind of hard to see the finish with it being dark. We do have it lit up the best that we possibly can, but we will check back in. We're going to put it back on the finish, and then we will be back shortly. So see you soon. We'll be back for the finish to take a look at that. So we just watched Cody Miller's car come across the finish line. Cody Miller has officially crossed the finish and won the Pro 12 Hour. So we are now just watching for the battle of second place. So Colin Truett and Hunter Miller. Hunter is closing that gap very quickly, just a minute and 30 seconds off of Colin Truett. He has closed it from over 5 minutes and 30 seconds just in the last 15 minutes of this race. So he's closing in, he's pushing hard, and he is definitely going to see what he can do in the last minute or so of this race, see if he can catch up to him. So we're gonna go back to the finish line and see who's coming in.
We're on the last lap. Everybody has got the white flag. The competitors coming across right now.
Oh, there they are right there.
The checkered flag.
Who's that?
And it looks like something's pretty amazing here. If he comes across as to where he's been running right now, it looks like Colin Truett should pick up second place in the 60th spot. The only people that were further back than Colin Truett was the guy who did the septic tank, the trash truck, and the safety street. That was it. That was
I'm not showing him crossing.
But congratulations right now to Cody Miller and results as they come across the line. And still in the lead so far. Class is we had a couple on the breaks. Come across the line yet, but he has completed the last
Thanks, dude.
6 or
You
7
deserve it.
hours.
I need to congratulate Cody Taylor. We can't leave him. He's just out there. No, he's over there headed towards the station. Cody Taylor, you're the freaking man. We're gonna hang out right here at the finish line because Hunter and Colin are gonna have a heated battle. If you want to pull down here to the finish line, let him go. Let Hunter go. Let Hunter go.
Is Hunter sitting there talking on his cell phone?
Cody Taylor definitely pulled it out. Yes, he did. He lights out that last lap.
So we officially have Colin Truett in second place, Hunter Miller in third. We're waiting to see who else comes across to finish out our top 10. So stay tuned. We have the TexPlex website has the timing and scoring, so make sure you check out the TexPlex website. Obviously, we are on the TexPlex Facebook page and the Butterco YouTube page, but the TexPlex website is where you find all of the official timing and scoring. We're still waiting for those Sportsman 12-hour to come in. The Mike Letourneau, Jake Jorgensen team is still coming in first place. We haven't changed on the timing scoring for that, so we are waiting for them to come across. Looks like we still have some pros coming in, so we're going to go back to the finish and wait for some more of them to come on in. Second. So just want to update everyone. So just because you're seeing people come across the line does not mean that they're necessarily finishing yet. So you're seeing some of the 20th, 21st place guys or drivers come across the line still. So the last couple that we've seen may be pulling off, so they may be finishing them just because we're nearing the end of the race. A little bit before that, so we saw Cody Miller come through, the Colin Truett team, Hunter Miller, but after that we saw some cars coming through. Those cars would have kept going because they still had laps to complete. So I think at this point we have about 5 minutes left of the race when they would start pulling the cars off of the race, and it would be done based on the timing. So just so that is aware. I know we've had some sportsmen come in, but I'm not sure that the leaders of the sportsman class have come in yet to my knowledge. So we're just waiting on those. We'll update you when those come through. So I am not positive. I'm not quite sure. I am waiting for word, but I do see that Hunter Miller made the pass and passed the Colin Truett car. So Hunter Miller went into second place and passed Colin Truett. So that was a last minute pass unofficially. So I am waiting for word that he has passed the finish. I'm not quite sure on that. I'm waiting on that. Sean Hess, he is driving hard right now, making his way up the field. He was down, had some issues this entire day actually, had a couple breaks, is making his way, dropped down below out of the 10th, and is making his way back up. He just made another pass a second ago, put himself back into 7th. So Cody Miller is across the line in first. Hunter just passed Colin Truett. Hunter took second. So we are waiting, still waiting on results for the Sportsman 12-hour. They are going to be starting to come in. So we're just kind of going back and forth and waiting on final results. So we'll be back with you. So we are about to switch to the stage now where we are getting ready to have awards coming up. We are having, everybody's crossing the finish line now. What an exciting day. It has been a long day, a cold day. Just to kind of recap the weekend, yesterday we started out with rain, so much rain, downpouring rain. Everybody had trouble. We did the poker run, which was essentially a pre-run, so everybody could see the track. We had to start that a little bit late so it could dry up a little bit. It ended up actually working out well. The pre-run was great. It was actually a lot of fun, good laughs. We had good stops where everybody got to chat a little bit and stuff like that. So it was a good time. Later on, it was just a good drivers meeting. Everybody gathered. There were a couple fires around. So it ended up just being like a good evening to chat with each other and hang out for a little while. This morning started really early, so staging started at 6 o'clock. So everybody here at TexPlex has really put in the hours around the clock to get this thing going and to make sure that everything was together, organized. And this is really the first big event. It's really the first event that Blake and Brian have done. So hats off to them. There's a lot of racers here and it's a long race. This has been a really long day. And so, like I said, 6 o'clock started with staging. Race took off a little after 7. The Le Mans start was something that a lot of the racers around here had never done. So that's something that I hadn't thought about earlier. Bootsy and I talked about that earlier in the broadcast, that West Coast racers hadn't done that style start earlier. And so that is something that was a little bit of a new thing for people. They started it out lined up on the sides, staggered, and then they had one person from their crew who actually had to run them a key and hand it to them for them to start their car. If you did not have a key to start your car, that person actually had to start your car, push button start your car for you, and then you could take off. And so we had a couple people get hung up on the start. Recap, we went into the day and had some carnage right off the start. Not a lot of it, but a lot of cars came back within the first 3 hours. So a lot more than I think anybody expected. Everybody's plan was to kind of hang back, take it easy, preserve the cars, but like we talked about, that's a lot easier said than done. You know, when you get out there, you want to go out there and they're racers. They want to win and they want to push it. So when they see somebody in front of it, they're going to push the car to get out there and to catch them and pass them. And this is about enduring the day. It's about preserving the car. And so unfortunately, it got the better of some people and they took their cars out a little too early. So a lot of fixes. Those pit crews out there really put in the work today. We were up and down the pits and they were changing parts every single pass that their car made through those pit rows. So hats off to them, definitely. We want to just shout out to the winners of the 3-hour and 6-hour races. So Angel Fontanez took first place in the 3-hour. And Oscar, from Fort Worth, Texas, in a Yamaha. And then the 6-hour was Oscar Amos from Texas in a Can-Am. So in the Pro 12-hour, Cody Miller, there he was. He drew a number 2. His mom drew number 2 for him randomly last night. He took off in number 2, made a quick pass for 1, never looked back. He led the whole race, made a lot or never made any never needed to make any passes. He went out there, took the lead, stayed out there. The entire race, the entire day, I'd like to say flawlessly, because nobody ever touched him. People stayed about 20 minutes behind him the entire day and nobody ever caught up. So his brother, actually, Hunter Miller, came in second. So, and he actually just made that pass within the last couple minutes of the race. He had a couple different breaks today and was able to come back from those breaks, make his way back up. I think at one point he was down to around 8th, came back up, made his way back through those last couple positions, up through the cars and finished it out strong. So brother to brother are up on the stage. You're going to see in a couple minutes again. And then Colin Truett, he started actually, I want to say it was back somewhere in the 30s. And he made his way up, finished strong in the third. He held on to that second spot for quite a while, several of the last couple of hours, until Hunter just hunted him down. He hunted him down and took him and made the pass. I'm interested to find out about that pass, how Hunter went and took that spot back. So number 4, we're looking at Alan Butler. I'm honestly not quite sure which of these next guys have come in yet, but right now the number 4 spot is looking at Alan Butler. Number 5, Eli Bishke. Number 6, Jared Sheets. 7, Sean Hess. Sean Hess is one that he is slowly going up as well. Number 8, Jack Letourneau. Number 9, Brian Wazak. Number 10, Dwight Pollard. So definitely no down to 10 is not in yet. So we're still waiting on those. Going into the Sportsman 12-hour, Mike Letourneau is in. Number 1, Mike Letourneau, first place. Number 2, Brock Hanmer. Number 3, Ryan Nichols. Number 4, Jubal Cheatwood. And number 5, Eric Mazzara. So not quite sure who's in from there yet. So we're going to hold on that, and we're going to go up to the stage and kind of take a look at what's going on there. And then we'll cut back and see who else comes in.
All right.
Okay, we're on. There we go.
All right.
Okay, so I'm here with the Cody and the Cody. So, number one, tell everybody about the day.
Well, it started out, Cody ran me up my key, and I fumbled it around and almost lost the whole start because I couldn't get it into the key fob.
What
And he said, "Come on, buddy, it's time to go."
Yeah, I was on the back bumper pushing on the car, trying to get the car rolling.
So eventually we got started. I came out second. Eventually I got
You
into
took the
first.
lead in the first turn.
Yeah, in the first turn.
After the first turn.
And then we held the lead all the way up till eventually Kyle Chaney come around us because I had to stop. I had a fuse go bad for my intercooler, so my car started running really hot. And I stopped, changed the fuse. It took us like 3 or 4 minutes, and Kyle Chaney passed us at that time. Actually, it was Kyle Hart, and it wasn't 3 or 4 minutes into my next lap. Kyle Hart was on the side of the track. They had a rear axle brake. They were testing some products on the car this weekend and it didn't work out. So I radioed in and said, "Hey, Kyle's car's broke, so we got a pretty good lead right now." And so I finished out that tank of fuel, and that was on my second drive. Cody Taylor had gotten in there after my first drive. After I did 3 hours, he ran 3 hours. I ran another 3 hours and he finished it. And that was like, we literally only lost the lead for like maybe 4 or 5 minutes for the whole day.
Yeah, it was a pretty flawless performance. To say it was a performance by you guys, because honestly, like, you never looked back. Like, you went out there and then you never looked back. You know, there was a lot of carnage in the field behind you guys. You guys never got caught up in it. So I mean, any chatter, like when you came through the pits and stuff, like that you saw other racers going through, or
there was about a racer upside down for the first 3 hours. There's a racer upside down every
Every other turn,
corner.
there were tractors hauling sides out everywhere. The people on the side of their out of their cars. There's people wrecking, braking.
Yeah, there was a lot of flipping, and us radioing back and forth. You know, me and Hunter and my pit, we were all mic'd up. So I'd say, "All right, Hunter, here in about 3 corners, you're gonna run into a car upside down right out of the corner," and sure enough, he get running. But it worked out perfect. You know, my pit strategy was great. Like, our team came together today like you wouldn't believe. And all my friends that come out to help, Jason Watt, Brady Foster, Darren Burt, you know, Randy Rogers, HD Rogers, these guys all come together today, and absolutely, Justin Jones, the whole S3 team, like, whenever we'd come in the pits, it would take us about 30 or 45 seconds to get the car right back on the track, and that was even making repairs. Like, it was straight
taking over
NASCAR.
everything, fueling, changing drivers.
Yeah,
everything.
It was straight up NASCAR. We had an awesome day, and it was just
full communication.
Throughout
the whole track, throughout the whole race, we were constantly talking.
You know, I hate to brag, but our team absolutely pulled it together today. I mean, and then, you know, we knew with Cody Taylor's wife, Tiffany, we had so much, she was so on top of all the lap times and everything. We knew exactly how the race was going, and we coached Hunter through the last 3 hours of the race, and Hunter went from 3rd place to 1st, and he made up like 12 minutes.
I was watching, and I was like, wait, there he goes. Wait, oh, he just went another 2 minutes. There he goes, another minute. And Bootsy from California, you know, he was watching. And so he was like cheering for the California team, and I was like, I'm kind of going Hunter here, and he's like, it's you against me, and I was like, okay, on, and he's like, Hunter's not gonna do it, and I was like, I got Hunter. So just so you guys know, I was like all Millers there.
I appreciate it. Yeah, Hunter drove his ass off.
He did.
He pulled out something that nobody really expected to happen.
I didn't think it was going to happen. We were talking about the time gaps throughout the race. Hunter kept saying, I don't want 3rd, I want 2nd. I need to get up there. He said, I'm about to drive the wheels off this thing. We're either going to get 2nd or we're going to break. And every lap he come through, they would call out his lap times and how far behind he was. And he would just gain. Until the last lap. He only had a minute 30.
A minute 30 to make it to the finish on the last lap.
Rode the wheels off of it and passed him, you know, just 30 seconds from the finish.
Yeah,
probably.
It was 30 seconds or a minute before the finish line. Hunter went by, but whenever Hunter came by on the white flag lap, it was very obvious that he was on a mission. His car was flying. He
Yeah.
threw one of the fastest laps in the dark of the whole race.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I saw it come across on the timing and scoring, and I refreshed it a couple times because I was like, wait a second, wait, did something just go wrong? Like I literally refreshed it. I mean, they were here, and I refreshed it like a couple times because I thought something like mishap because I was like, there's no way he just made up that time with like a minute left of the race. And then he did.
Yeah,
I was like,
he did.
whoa, he just did that.
Moving.
So yeah, that was an incredible last
super
couple
hard.
minutes of the race.
Where I was trying to conserve the car, I was pulling the
Yeah.
slowest lap time.
Yeah.
I was driving the car like it was a piece of glass. And, I was just making laps, just getting them hours in, and Hunter was going way harder. I mean, I pulled over for he come
Yeah.
up, we could hear him, and
We had a lap on Hunter, so Hunter had to actually pass us before he could go on to try and pass Colin because we had been a lap up on him, and Cody said, "Hunter, you need to slow down. That thing's gonna break."
I was so worried about him breaking, man. The creek crossings, the water was still flowing, so the cars were pulling water into the trail. So you'd be 100 yards more of trail that was slick as ice, and you could slide in a tree. And I was so worried he was going to run it too hard and make a mistake and break the car. But I mean, we could have third or nothing. But man, he did it. He got second.
He got second with a commanding second. He had like 40 seconds over them by the time he came to the finish line. He was flying. He didn't even let off after he passed him. Why did you let off after he passed him?
Well, we're gonna hear from him next.
Did he really?
Dude, I just remembered this. You know that first like big roller, and then it's got like a steep drop off
Yeah.
over there.
Yeah.
I cleared that whole thing the last lap. Downside.
Oh.
Well, you can tell everybody your story next. You guys can tell the adrenaline is like really
my
running
God.
you guys. You guys are all sitting here cool and calm and collected. Not even cool. I'm sitting here literally shaking and like shivering, and you guys are all just like, yeah. So,
I was expecting it to be more exciting coming through the finish, but we had Hunter on the line on the radio, and he was specific, saying, "Stop talking, just give me lap times. I've got to do this." So I had so many things I wanted to say. I wanted to hear from Cody. I wanted to scream at the finish line.
Yeah.
We were just being quiet and
Just
waiting.
waiting.
And I got a beer to the podium, and nobody was here. Everybody stayed to watching Hunter and see if it happened. Yeah.
well, good job to you guys. Shout out to any people who helped you, sponsors.
Yeah, big time thank you to TexPlex out here for putting on this event. I mean, this is insane. Everything that TexPlex has done this year is just gone off the handle, and it's been extremely well received by all the racers, and there's record numbers of cars showing up at every event. And this is the first event. It was absolutely awesome. It was run super great. Thank you very much to Blake Gustin and to Brian for putting this together. And big thank you to Can-Am. Can-Am has given us the opportunity to go out and run whatever races Hunter and I so choose to race, and we always try and hit the biggest, best events. This happens to be it. So we're here and we're enjoying it. Big thank you to Cody Taylor and S3. Cody actually designs 3/4 of the parts that are on my car. A big thank you to Elka Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Raceline Wheels, Texera suspension parts. Texera built all of our control arms and everything, and the cars are they're on the next level. I mean, it's insane how much team it takes to bring this together, but suspension tuning, George White is the one that keeps my car connected to the ground. I mean, that's the key. So also big thank you to Colin Truett for coming out and waxing everybody out here this weekend. In
a car.
80 horsepower.
80 horsepower.
Just so everybody knows at home, Colin Truett just walked up here, so behind the camera.
But anyway, I really appreciate all my sponsors and everyone that's gotten us here. It's been awesome. Hess Motorsports, knuckles and components that hold bearings in that finish races. So big thank you. The only thing I had a problem with today, I blew one fuse. That's why I won this race.
There
That's
you
why
go.
we won this race.
There you go. Team effort definitely all the way around. So, well, good job, guys. Congratulations on your win. Go and celebrate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great one. Thank you.
we're looking
That's
at.
Cody.
That's Cody.
Okay.
all right.
So we are back with Hunter and his crew, and there's a crew. So we're squeezing Jason Watt in here, down here as well. Jason, you're kind of get up here. Okay, so we're all in here.
Come on in.
So tell us about the day from the beginning. You were back and forth, had a couple breaks. So start at the beginning for us before you tell us about the end. Everybody wants to hear about it.
The day started awesome. You know, we were running up front. We were
That's what I'm about to get razzed on.
Wait, I want to back up 1 second. I want to say this, that I always said, I told Cam this yesterday, I don't bet on anybody ever. And I told Cam this last night. And he's like, everybody was saying they're making bets on people, and Cam's like, no, you put your money on me. And I was like,
well, that's just because
I don't know.
That's just because I knew I had
know.
him, not me.
You lost because Cody won. So.
No, but you guys were pretty darn close. So I just want to say that he told me to put my money on you guys. So
I did.
yeah, so good job on that. It was a little too close for my comfort, but so go back and tell me
about
about
this
it.
interview. You made me lose my bet, bro. That's what I'm saying.
See? Everybody lost.
Congratulations.
Thanks, bro.
I had my board. You know why? Because I thought Corbin was gonna finish the race out, and it wasn't. So I was like, I don't think he's gonna catch Corbin, and then like Corbin didn't finish it. So
I took you guys. I bet on you guys. So
congratulations, buddy. It's good seeing you. Good job.
okay, so go back now and tell us a little bit about your day.
Yeah, day started awesome. We got a great start, got up in the second, and I drove the first 3 hours or so. And we didn't really know how far we could go on fuel, but we were monitoring pretty close with our AIM system. It was telling us exactly how much fuel we were burning. So we know how much we held, and we're trying to figure it out as we go. I let Cam get in, and he blew it. He completely
There
blew
you
it. No, it wasn't his fault. You know, he got in, ran a couple laps, and we ended up breaking a bend in the drive shaft. And we thought we were going to try to go in two-wheel drive, but in two-wheel drive.
His face. He's like, I really did.
Oh, yeah.
It is my fault.
No, it wasn't. It's one of those things that happens since I was side racing. But
Okay.
we tried two-wheel drive for a little bit, ended up breaking a rear axle. So Cam had the forethought to pull over to the fence close to the track where we could get over there and see what was going on and exactly what happened. And he got it to the pits, and we made all the changes. I think we were pitted for
20 minutes.
Yeah, close to 20 minutes. And,
Pretty impressive.
I don't know what hour was that at. Probably 3 or 4.
We were down 30 minutes.
Yeah, we were about 4 hours in, and I got in and finished the race, and I had to pee so bad. I was wanting to die, but I'm sorry, I'm so delirious right now.
Everybody knows that now, so everybody knows Hunter a little bit better now.
Yeah.
So okay. So next, what else? What happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he
went to the bathroom. And
Yeah,
then...
so kind of after that, you know, I'm thinking my main job to come down here. I mean, these guys are the wheelmen. I think the co-pilots win a lot of these races. You see it with the Codys. I mean, Cody Taylor was perfect. I told them they were so perfect today it was boring. You know what I mean? Like they had a plan and it worked.
Yeah.
You know, and you catch some breaks and you do everything you're supposed to do. And yeah, with coming out there and getting that vibration right off the bat, and then walking that mini drive shaft off the front of the main one, you know, we ran two-wheel drive, and I'm like, man, we can hang out here for a while. And then it got slick, but yeah, the crew guys just killed it to get it turned around. I'm like, well, now is my time. We're not conserving much anymore. We're just trying to make up time and try to help out the crew guys and some pit strategy and stuff, and just let the wheelman do his thing. And it paid off. I was lying to him on some of his splits there at the end because I thought, man, I know he doesn't want to lose a podium on this deal, and he's got noises in the front end and stuff, but I'm like, I know we can get him. You know, I see him drive, so I'm like, yeah, you're like, 4 minutes out, and you're 6:30. You know what I mean?
Okay, I was gonna say. So give me some of those. So give me some of those little lies.
me a little bit.
What were some of those things that you said to him? What were some of those other things?
Because when he got in the car and then he could he started to develop a vibration probably 2 hours in or so, and then he just backed it down. We were kind of with the cross the fingers thing. We need a little help somewhere on luck, and once we started to so we moved into the podium position with some luck, and then once I'm like, man, even with him conserving, he's picking up time, but it's not enough. So we just kind of tweaked him and started to tell him that he was gaining more than he was actually gaining, and get that carrot dangling to where, because I thought if we can get him close enough that he can see him on a couple switchbacks, it's over. He'll get to him, but I'm like, if he's too far away, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, those last couple minutes were insane.
No, they said it was 2 laps ago. They said, okay, you're locked into a podium. So I was like, I'm either going to get second or I'm going to destroy this car.
Yeah.
One or the other. And the last lap, I gave, last 2 laps really, I gave it everything I had. I mean, it was, I think, my second or third fastest lap of the day. In the dark, granted it wasn't that dark because my Baja's lights were working so dang good, but it was crazy. I mean, I didn't hold anything back, and ended up getting up to Colin in a field section. I could tell he was cruising because he didn't know it was me coming up on him, and I knew I had a lot more motor than him. He's driving an NA car, and so we came out of a corner, and I just laid on it coming out of there and passed him down the next straightaway.
Okay.
The radios were so quiet because it was like, I mean, all of us, I was big on the radio, like, go, get it in gear. Like, I wanted to do that, but I'm like, he's just in the zone. He knows now, so just gave him splits like when we get splits, and we got figured out. And man, the crew guys pretty much won this thing.
Well, I mean, we were watching this, and like you said, we were kind of, he's like, no, he's got it, like, he's gonna get it. And I was like, no, I don't know, like, don't count him out quite yet. And then, like, you would just see the times. It was like 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it was like 4 minutes, and then it was like 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and I was like, oh wait, he's getting closer. And then all of a sudden it was like 1 minute and 30 seconds.
He's hearing these splits, and he's like, what? 3:30? I heard 30 minutes.
Nothing I heard, but
And then all of a sudden, like, I refreshed, and then you were in second, and then I was like, wait, no, that was like, the race is done. Like, they're crossed by now. And I refreshed it again, and then again, and you were still in second, and I was like, wait, did that really just happen? Because I thought there was like a mishap or something actually went wrong. That's what I told Cody.
Yeah.
And it wasn't wrong. I was like, oh, I can't believe he actually just pulled that off. So that was good.
Yeah.
So,
no, it was great. I mean, honestly, my crew won this race for us. Jason and Jeb, Kyle's mechanic, actually came over and lent a hand, and HD and Brady and Darren and Randy and everybody. I'm sorry. Just everybody was constantly evolving the plan and coming up with a new game plan. And when we decided to change the drive shaft, they all jumped in there and got it done quick.
We're gonna sawzall the thing. Sawzall the drive shaft.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All the S3 guys came over and were
amazing,
wide open in there. And to the point, I just put my helmet on and stood back and waited to get in. But they won the thing for us. Honestly, got second.
it's still a win.
But I mean, our goals changed just to try to podium. You know what I mean? Let alone come runner up to the people that were perfect. Throughout the day. So
yeah, we knew this race was going to come down to who made the least mistakes, and Cody did it. I mean, I think they had one blown fuse they had to swap, and that was it. They ran perfect laps, never made a mistake. And it was perfect.
So you brought a fourth member in. You just wanted to throw it. We were all squeezing in here for the pictures.
No, this is Jason. He drove all the way down from Iowa just to help us out here and help mechanic, and he definitely pulled his weight. That's for damn sure.
There we go.
He's got a lot of it.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys get up to podium. We just wanted to have you in here to have you say what happened through the day, and you guys talk, and just to let everybody know that I won the bet too. So
there you go.
So congrats, guys. Thank you.
No faith in us.
we're gonna shoot back over to the podium and watch kind of the events that are gonna happen. The guys are gonna get their awards and trophies, and that $20,000 is getting handed out. So here we go.
If you don't see us up here, walk to Miller's trailer.
We tell them that don't, and I'll just we'll talk about the alcohol.
I'm cold now.
Okay, so actually we're gonna cut back right here. We have Colin Truett and his co-driver Corbin. So we are actually going to touch base with them. So you guys made your way through the pack. You started 60th. Okay. 60. Okay, so 60 out of 60. Made your way up through the pack. And you ran between third and fourth for a huge majority of the race. Made your way up to second until the very end. Very end.
I thought we had it in the bag, so I kind of chilled out the last lap. I ran a pretty fast pace, and he came out of nowhere and just kind of blitzed me.
Yep.
Caught me off guard.
So tell us just about the day in general, really. Making your way through the pack. Start like just at the beginning about like the carnage you had to go through. Obviously we started, we think right now we're talking to like pro class, but we had 3 hour, 6 hour, we had sportsmen, not just pros. So you were at the very back. So tell everyone about working your way through all those cars and different levels of drivers. We had 14-year-olds out there.
Yeah, luckily Corbin did all the most of the passing. So when I got
why don't you talk about that?
When I got the car,
was, it was eventful. Yeah, like he said, we're pretty lucky people, I guess. We drew 60th out of 60 start, so we started in the very back. Luckily, our runner was pretty quick with the keys, so I think we gained like 10 spots right off the bat.
Okay.
And then, man, I think I passed almost 40 cars just in that first lap. So we were already sitting like 20th overall by lap 2, and then just kept picking them off one by one. And before we knew it, we were a couple hours in. I think I gave the car to Colin in 6th. And then he was able to make a few more passes from there. And like you said, we sat 3rd, 4th range for quite a while. And then
almost all day after that.
Yeah, and then we got up to 2nd at one point, and then kind of lost it there at the end. But man, still overall, a 3rd place, like a podium at a 12-hour race is pretty good.
Coming from 60th with 80 horsepower.
Yeah.
In a car with
non-turboed car against all the turbos too.
1,100 horsepower or 1,100 miles on the car.
Well, I think this race, like we've talked about all day, it's not even, I don't even know that people would argue like turbo versus non-turbo in this kind of a race. It's endurance. Like this is about, it's not in people, it's mentality. It's about holding the car together. It's not necessarily, obviously in the end, maybe it comes down to like the power of the vehicle when you're head to head, but it's about endurance. It's about keeping the car together. It's about pitting. It's about making those changes and how well your crew's keeping you together, how well you're keeping it together. We saw so many different people like overdriving today. You have to be quick. If you're overdriving one way, you don't have time. It's
to
so
readjust. Yeah, if you break something.
Right.
You don't have all day to fix it.
Right. It's not an open track. There were so many twists and turns. If you're overdriving, you're off the track.
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, we saw a lot of it too. I mean, there was cars trying strung out across the whole track, broken everywhere you
Like
look.
hour
So
10, there's cars still out there breaking. So
it was definitely a race of attrition. I mean, it's
definitely
an endurance race, like in the name. It truly is an endurance race. So.
Definitely got to give a shout out to the pit. The crew,
Yeah, they were on it for us today.
They worked hard. We had to change a tire one time. We got to cut a tire, and we filled up more times than we wanted to.
Stock fuel tank too, so we had a lot more fuel stops than would be ideal. But man, they got us in that quick.
They were on it today, so a big shout out to the pit crew and everybody out there. I think he hit like 79. Michael Dunnigan, Chad Mayo, Terry Lackey, Will Harris, my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister-in-law, Shelby.
The whole crew out there.
We had a lot of people out there that they were helping us and cheering us on. It was, I'm glad that it was a team effort, honestly.
Absolutely.
Come from the back and
a race like this absolutely is a team effort. It's not a single driver. You need a team to do this kind of thing. So, what's next for you guys? What do you guys individually do as a team?
So for me, I'll be coming out here next year racing. So I actually just signed with Polaris to come out here. Normally I'd always race Works for the last few years back out on the West Coast. I'm from California, so that's where we've been racing for the last few years. But as this series out here in TexPlex has been blowing up, there's kind of been more push from Polaris really to come out here. So we're going to be out here. Me and my teammate Uncle Cody Bradbury will be out here racing next year.
Okay, what about you?
I'll also be coming back to defend the Pro NA championship that I won this year. So I'll be back out here as well. I got a contract, a couple contracts we're working through. But we'll be out here February 14th, somewhere around there.
It's going to be even colder than it is now.
Great start. But we'll be back out here in February.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I think they're getting ready to start the podium. So you guys head up there. Congratulations to both of you guys and to your team. Any shout outs to specific partners that you want to say thank you to? Obviously, you thanked your whole crew.
Yeah, there's a lot. Obviously, Polaris Razor. That car was phenomenal. That's an RS1, bone stock, everything on it. I mean, A-arms,
stock arms on that thing,
bearing carriers. we tortured it. We figured out the bowling point of the race. 12 hours. But definitely Polaris Razor, Walker Evans. I got a couple sponsors that help me that don't necessarily help him, but be Hoosier Tire, they stepped up pretty big for me this year. I signed on back for them next year. G-Force suspension. The suspension was dialed off. I put it through 12 hours. That's very impressive. Keller Boswell's tire spine. Actually, tire spine was here and they helped me with the tire flats and everything. So we put a new tire on the spine and we're able to put it back on the car. So definitely a huge shout out to them. It's a big help. And there's a couple other sponsors I can't remember.
So to everyone else, he's really sorry that he doesn't remember, but he's just so excited to go to the podium. So
there's a lot of them that keep changing. And obviously Sparco, that sponsors both of us. So Sparco and Polaris on both of our ends.
Okay. Well, good job, guys. Congratulations out there on your podium. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, my back.
transponder, please return it. If you do not, we'll
So we are actually getting ready to go back to podiums. We're just rehooking up a couple cameras. We had a couple electrical things that are happening, but we'll be right back with you at podium. So stay tuned for just a quick second. So it's been a long day. We just want to say thank you to everybody who's watched with us, everybody who's raced with us. We just are finishing up the awards. It's been a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend. Everybody from TexPlex, from the crew, Brian, on behalf of Brian and Blake, thank you everybody for tuning in, for racing with us, for supporting us, the sponsors.